抽签仪式即将开始 ，The drawing ceremony is about to begin.
Taking over in my mind, 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 it's taking over in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, it's taking over in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, in my mind, show me the way, in my mind, 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 in my in my mind.
第4届怀化市旅游发展大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式拔球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站胜部第3轮、败部第4轮抽签仪式现在开始。首先，我们抽胜部选手的签位。现在我念到名字的运动员进场抽签：张太义、42号；杨少杰、41号；赵汝亮、42号；孔德京、44号；郑肖怀、43号；加雷斯波茨、44号；唐春晓、43号；张坤鹏、 41号。现在我们抽败部选手的签位：赵建波，48号；阿里颇戴尔，45号；陈哲，46号；刘正杰，45号；孙源，46号；安德鲁佩吉特，47号；恩铁木真，48号；刘海涛，47号。抽签仪式到此结束，稍后公布运动员比赛场地。
感谢裁判团队主持抽签仪式，稍后将会公布运动员的比赛场地。
现在公布运动员比赛场地：杨少杰、张坤鹏1号台，阿里颇戴尔、刘正杰3号台，刘海涛、安德鲁佩吉特5号台，张太义、赵汝亮17号台，恩铁木真、赵建波19号台，陈哲、孙源21号台，郑肖怀、唐春晓 TV 2号台，加雷斯波茨、孔德京 TV 1号台。1号台杨少杰、张坤鹏，3号台阿里颇戴尔、刘正杰，5号台刘海涛、安德鲁佩吉特，17号台张太义、赵汝亮，19号台恩铁木真、赵建波，21号台陈哲、孙源，TV 2号台郑肖怀、唐春晓 ，TV 1号台加雷斯波茨、孔德京。请以上运动员抓紧时间进入比赛场地检录，比赛马上开始。
本届赛事诚挚感谢深度合作伙伴 Joy 乔氏中式台球球桌、比利时雅乐美台球、LP 球杆、野豹台球杆、奥秘台球杆、毒蜘蛛球杆、天耀球杆、飞瑞威力球杆、李斯球杆、奥斯本兹球杆、林肯球杆、塔里克球杆、利百文8848台泥、H153台泥、小麦皮头、超级蓝钻皮头、TB 巧克粉、库洛克巧克粉、幸运1号巧克粉、胜利者沙发、天一沙发、正红胶边、罂粟胶边、老鹰胶边、欧尚地毯、星星暴走、维厨酒庄。感谢官方赛事系统服务商北京乔氏以利科技有限公司，指定官方配件商城卓越台球商城等单位和品牌对赛事的大力支持。要特别鸣谢人民网、新华网、新浪体育、今日头条等20余家综合媒体平台，抖音、快手、优酷、火山等视频平台，微博、微信等综合媒介及生活平台等互联网新媒体的大力支持。赛事详细信息推荐查阅微信订阅号“台球圈有料”。
Could have been 30, could have been a G. Should have never snitched, right? Talking to police, now they're looking at you funny when you're walking down the street, looking at you like food, trying to see where they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really want to act silly, behave. When I was on stage and a milli gets made. I need that good price. When the plug turn pagan, tweaking, talking inflation, peas is needed, getting impatient, blood. Everybody getting complacent, leg, work, step on the pavement, victory lap, I'm back in the station. I'm really a psycho, Patrick Bateman. I need that.
乔氏台球不仅仅是一张球桌，更是中国台球运动发展的推动者与顶级赛事的奠基者，是集高端中式台球球桌生产与国际顶级赛事 IP 于一体的中式台球生产服务型品牌，致力于高端中式台球球桌制造和专业中式台球赛事组织。乔氏以其无可挑剔的工艺、极致平整的台泥与精准稳定的互信回弹，定义了专业比赛的至高准则。这里是第4届怀化市旅游发展大会及 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛的比赛现场，中巴转动，世界球童，我们诚邀各位共同来到中国怀化芷江，感受中式8球的独特魅力。
It's a beautiful place. Everybody has said. This is my city. By the
中式八球国际大师赛。这里是第4届怀化市旅游发展大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站第3阶段胜部第3轮、败部第4轮的比赛现场。接下来准备好，欢迎运动员、裁判员。And now let's welcome athletes and referees. 起步晚1号台由来自缅甸杨少杰对阵来自中国张坤鹏，裁判李亚萌。Table 3 3号台由来自伊朗阿里坡戴尔对阵来自中国台北刘正杰，裁判张毅。Table 5 5号台由来自中国刘海涛对阵来自英国安德鲁佩吉特，裁判张月秋。Table 17 17号台由来自中国张太义对阵来自中国赵如亮，裁判徐景言。Table 19 19号台由来自蒙古铁木真对阵来自中国赵建波，裁判佘真真。Table 21 21号台由来自中国陈哲对阵来自中国孙源，裁判王鹏炫。Table TV2 TV 2号台由来自中国郑肖怀对阵来自中国唐春晓，裁判杨俊奇。Finally is Table TV1 最后登场 TV 1号和平芷江台。本场比赛将由来自英国 Gareth 加雷斯波茨对阵来自中国孔德进，主裁判宋明明，助理裁判杨嘉玲、玉玲。有请各位移步比赛神器乔氏金腿球桌。这里是正在为各位直播的第4届怀化市旅发大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站。Please take a photo together. 芷江对决开赛。
加雷斯波茨你好，孔德金你好，请双方选手争夺开球权的权。听我口令，预备。3、2、1，开始。加雷斯波茨获得开球权的权。
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to Day 6, Stage 3, here at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang station, live from China on the TV table from the winners bracket at the moment. In the last 32, well, only 16 players left from yesterday when we started Stage 3, last 32, double elimination. Gareth Potts against Kong Dejing. This is the winners bracket round 3. Other matches on at the moment from the winners bracket and round 4 of the losers bracket. And yeah, I must say we did have Kong Dejing on the TV table yesterday against Enek Bold Temujin from Mongolia, and it was not the greatest performance from Kong. Close scoreline, just beating Temujin 13-10. However, he must have played really well in his first round match against Shen Sheni, winning that one 13-7. Shen Sheni took out Chu Bingji last night. So Chu Bingji is out of the tournament, believe it or not, out in the last 32. So that's how Kong Dejing has done this far in Stage 3. Shen Sheni 13-7, Temujin 13-10. Now, Gareth Potts, the only international player to win the Joy Masters Grand Finals, and not only win it once, 3-time winner, the first, the second, and the 5th. 4-time world champion English 8-ball as well. And I have to say, he looks hungry in this tournament. Looks hungry for a good result, but always top 16, top 8, top 4 finisher in the Joy events.
10秒。
Yeah, and this is now a race to 15 in the round 3 winners, round 4 losers of the tournament. So while Gareth Potts on the table, we have Phone Mancure against Zheng Kongpeng on table 1. That is also a winners division. Both those players haven't taken a loss yet. Tang Shun Shao against Zheng Xiaohuai, also winners division. That's on TV table 2. We have Andrew Paget from the UK going up against Liu Hai Tao. Both those players have taken a loss, so that's losers brackets. We will be losing another 4 players at the end of the session. That miss on the 1 ball from Gareth brings Kong Dejing to the table. He's playing stripes, and Yeah, it looks like everything does go. He can... 11 does go to the bottom right on our screen. If he gets the cue ball on the bottom right, he's on the 10 and the black ball to the same pocket. I feel this is a really big match for both these players. Kong Dejing, top 16, top 8 in quite a few tournaments. He's come run-up twice. Winner of the Lishan Super Tour as well. But it makes such a difference to stay in the winner's bracket. You play once a day instead of twice. And yes, double elimination means you can take a loss and you are still in the tournament. You can fight your way through the loser's bracket, but playing 2 sessions a day, at the moment it's race to 15, next race to 17, race to 19. Whereas the players in the winner's bracket play 1 match a day, stay fresh. Well, there's 2 ways you can look at it, but from what I've seen, and this is of course looking from the outside in, players that come through the loser's bracket by the last day, I mean, the fatigue does set in at some point. And the last day, race to 23, you're playing a player that's as fresh as can be. But yeah, time will tell. But very important to try and stay on the winner's bracket. And both these 2 players are, I mean, if they play at their best, they both strike the ball so well. But of the international players, I think Gareth Potts strikes the cue ball best in the world at the moment. When you see the way he practices and the effort that he puts into his game, it's no surprise why he is the 3-time Grandmasters Finals winner and the only international player to ever win that tournament.
10秒。
A reverse side on the cue ball to get the cue ball back on to the side of the table, and he should be on the 4. Now 5-7 is a combination. It's a tough one to take on. If he has a slight angle on the 4, he could nudge the 5, opening up the 7. We aren't behind the 4 to see exactly what he's dealing with, so he might have to take the combination on. Yeah, we are behind the combination now. It's not there, it's pushed. It's pushed fine, he's caught the inside jaw. You do see Kong Dejing looking at the 10 past the 7. That will also open up that pocket if he intends to take the black ball to the same pocket. Has to go back up table for the 12. He's left himself an angle on the 10. He should be able to get through the gap on to the left cushion and out. So I'd say 10 onto the 7 to open the pocket.
延时。
Oh, the pocket is actually quite wide open. We got a better angle of that now, no need. He did make contact with the black ball though coming through, so this is going to be tough. This is not going to be easy. He's wrong angle on the 12 as well. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, watch the cue ball around the angles. There, 1, 2, 3, 4. White ball stays on the table. Kong Dejing first on the scoreboard, leading 1-0 over Gareth Potts in this race to 15, round 3 of the winners bracket. A little bit of a scrappy frame to start the match off. Misses from both players in that frame, but I don't think you are going to see much more of that throughout this match. Really, of the 16 players left, these are two of the best. I mean, I've had Kong Dejing on the TV table before, and when he's in form, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous how easy he makes this game look and how he can put together clearances. And of course, the vast experience and focus from Gareth Potts. We did see 4 consecutive break-in runs from him earlier in the tournament against Paul Cluck from Australia, winning that 13-6. That was his first match in stage 3, last 32. Total of 6 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs, 10 clearances out of 13 points. And yesterday evening he went up against Sun Yan from China. I remember Sun Yan, finalist in the Baotou station about 2 months ago against Chu Bengjie, came through the losers bracket, taking out all of the top 10 Chinese players, but wasn't able to get past Chu Bengjie. But yeah, Gareth Potts, tough match yesterday, was able to overcome Sun Yan, knocking him down to the losers bracket and continuing in the winners bracket for Gareth Potts. Score 13-11 in that match. Now he has a slight angle on the 7. Just very slight. I think he should be able to punch into the black ball if he chooses to do so. No, actually not. There's not much of an angle. He'll be cheating the pocket a little bit much. It looks like the 4 does go to the right center as well. Using his extension, players get 45 seconds per shot, 1 extension of 30 seconds per frame. I mean, he would have loved to have a slight angle on the 7 to just nudge stripe and black ball.
10秒，
Yeah, referee calls 10 seconds and no extension remaining, which means he needs to play the shot. So, looks like he's leaving the 4. As his last ball, which means he's going to need to use the 4 to open up the black ball. So he should land low on the 1. I think he can just get past the 10. Now this is a big shot. Position for the 4 ball. That hasn't rolled enough. Yeah, he's come short on the 4. He's playing on the 4 to the center. He played it short so he'd have the angle to go into the black ball as well.
10秒，
Yeah, it's a legal shot. 14 touch the cushion after contact. Now, 1 ball left on the table. Not only is the table open, Kong Dejing numerical advantage, having 7 balls on the table and nice cover on the 2 stripes in the black ball. So he can play shots like that. If there is a problem ball, just place it in a better position. He has so much of cover on the table. 7 playing 1 at the moment. That's a good hit from Gareth. Good thing with that shot, he's brought the 4 out into the open around the middle area of the table, which means now there's not many places to hide the cue ball. Of course, still having 7 balls on the table. Great advantage if you want to do so, but at least there will be a touch of pressure on Kong now, knowing that the 4 is out in the open. Means he actually is forced to attack the frame. Has no choice.
10秒，延时，
Uses his extension as well, so both players have used their time extension in this frame. On table number 17, we have gold medal winner at the World Games, Zhang Taiyi, going up against Zhao Ruliang. Score 2-1 currently to Taiyi. And Enekbal Temujin from Mongolia up against Zhao Jianbo. Score 1-1. Now Zhao Jianbo, the winner of the Division 1 tour 6 days ago. And you should see him finish up table. I expect him to take the 12 and then the 10 afterwards. Phone Kyo is still in the winner's side as well. He's on table 1. He's up against Zheng Kungpeng. Score 1-0 to Kungpeng. And Zheng Kungpeng is the player that put Chu Bingjie in the loser's bracket. First round match yesterday morning. Kungpeng wins it 13-12. And then last night, Shen Shenyi takes out Chu Bingjie from the tournament. That's how these tournaments go. I mean, on paper, best player in the world currently, Chu Bingjie, out, top 32 finish. It's hard to believe. And then the player that takes him out gets taken out this morning. In the loser's bracket, Shen Shenyi was defeated by Zhao Jianbo. Also thriller of a match, 13-11, I believe. I have posted the link to the live scores on the Facebook comment section on the stream. So you can have a look at that. That's the current live scores. Actually, all the scores from stage 3 are in there. Let me know if that link works. If it doesn't, you can head over to the WHT Joy World Heyball Tour Facebook page. Scroll down a bit and the links are there as well. Kong Dejing takes his second point now in this match. This is a race to 15 winner break match. So far, no break-in finishes and no rack and runs. Currently, Zheng Kungpeng is 2-0 up on Phone Kyo. All these matches are currently race to 15 winner break. We have the winners round 3 and round 4 of the losers bracket playing at the moment. Just 16 players left in the tournament. After this round, we will eliminate 4 players. That's 4 players from the losers bracket will be going home. Just 12 left by the end of today.
第3局，孔德金开球。
So having won the previous frame, Kong Dejing to break in the third frame. A lot of power in that, and we did see it yesterday. We saw Temujin and Kong Dejing struggling with the break, and then all of a sudden Temujin got the break. He was able to come back, he was able to take the lead, and he did come very close to defeating Kong Dejing. Even this morning on the TV table, Andrew Paget against Hao Qian. I think only 3 break and runs in an entire set of race to 13. Yeah, it's much tougher to get the break right than people think. Because you've seen a player like Chu Bingjie run 5 consecutive racks in a row. Makes it look much easier than it actually is. nine's not there, so that'll bring Kong Dejing back to the table on solids. Now, that 9 being where it is means the 5 and the 6 might be a problem. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, and it looks like the 9, I don't think you can get past the 9. 5 doesn't look like it passes the 10, 6 doesn't pass the 12. A bit of work to be done on this side of the table for Kong Dejing.
10秒，延时。
He's got a few options at the top end of the table on our screen. 3, 4, 7. So 4 potted. Now the 2 connects him actually nicely to the bottom end of the table on our screen. Deciding against the 2, taking the 1 to the top left. No, he's not. Have a look at this from Kong Dejing. There was definitely a finish on. I mean, it's not an easy finish by no means to play the 2, get the cue ball on bottom end of the table on our screen and make something happen with the 5 and 6. But look at the shot he's played. Okay, yes, the 1 has gone in front of the 7, but I mean, this is a securing the frame kind of shot. He's got the cue ball glued to the back of that black ball. And he's got a shot to take that 1 out. The thing is, he still has to do something with the 5 and the 6. Now previously, before Gareth came to the table, the 6 did go into the left center pocket, but now the 13 and the 15 being there doesn't. He's gonna knock the 7. And if he keeps going, he loses. Well, he's gonna lose 2, he's gonna give up the numerical advantage to Gareth. Currently it's 4 playing 6. Playing the 5 cue ball behind the black ball. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. That's one of the best shots I've seen in a long time. I mean, we've seen players that can pot anything. that can make ridiculous clearances, but have a look at that. And that was played for. He played on that. He played to clear the pocket and put the cue ball behind the black ball. And I mean, he leaves the cue ball open. Gareth Potts comes to the table and he's making the clearance.
10秒。5、4、3。
Yeah, good hit. It's a good hit, but pocket open, 14 on the cushion. Favorite for the frame, Kong Dejing. I have never seen a tactical shot like that played in a situation like that before on this TV table. And yeah, you might see some players try and play that shot, but for it to work out absolutely perfectly. We've seen players struggling with the pace. TV table always kicks a little bit faster. That's a little bit interesting. That's kicked a little bit faster. He was playing on the 7 to the top left. Cue ball's traveled about 25 centimeters too far. Would have liked to be next to the 15. But you can see that Kong Dejing is he's fighting. He is fighting. And I think with where he's got the cue ball, he's not really hampered by the 13 or the 15. He's just found the gap. Yeah, nice pot from Kong Dejing, and I have to say, well-deserved frame from him. He secured this frame to the max as he takes
第3局，孔德
his
金
third point in this race to 15. Currently 3-0 up against Gareth Potts in this race to 15 winners break
赛
format.
事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
第4局，孔德金开球。
Kong Dejing to break in this fourth frame. He's currently 3-0 up against Gareth Potts. And this is a much more focused Kong than I've seen in the past few matches. But I have seen him in this kind of form in the last few rounds of the Grandmasters finals. Had the similar kind of focus when he came to the table. Really put a lot into that break, nothing in though. So Gareth Potts to the table, currently 3-0 down. And if you have just joined us, welcome to day 6, stage 3 here at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang station, live from China. On the TV table, Gareth Potts against Kong Dejing. Winners round 3.
4、3、
Winners bracket round 3, and this is for a place in the last, say, last 8 of this tournament. We're currently at last 16. Win this through to the last 8. Guaranteed. Yeah, that was a tough one to take on to the left center. Now Kong Dejing back at the table.
10秒，延时。
Referee calls 10 seconds. He's taken his extension. Now, does the 13 go off the 1 into the center? Have a look at that on the left side of the table. Yeah, fully extended. Not an easy shot, shooting into a bit of a blind pocket, and Potts back at the table. You have to know exactly right. Kong Dejing is not going to take anything for granted in this match. I mean, he's playing against one of the most, well, if not the most successful international player in the game of Heyball. He's the only international player to ever win the Grandmasters Finals Joy event and not win it once. He's won it 3 times. And this is when the likes of Yang Fan, Jing Yubo were at the top of their games. Yeah, nicely done, reaching fully across the table. These are 9-foot tables, so if the cue ball's there, you are really stretching to get to that. That's why we see players needing extensions on their cues. Now the black ball, it does go past the 12 into the top left. I would say cushion first, then onto the 12, but it should pass. And once again, he's hampered by the 12, which is just under his waistcoat. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that can happen. I mean, for being in that situation where you're so worried about the ball you are hampered by, you know the referee is watching the shot. Yeah, race to 15, 3-0 down. There's a lot more twists and turns to come through this match, I'll tell you that.
10秒。5、4、3。
But now, similar to an earlier frame, numerical advantage to Kong Dejing. He's got 4 stripes on the table. 4 playing 2, but he's left them open. And he actually gave Gareth the potting angle on the 7. Came very close. And now that 7 being there, a little bit of pressure on Kong Dejing, as there aren't that many places to hide, especially with jump shots being allowed in the game of Heyball. So on table 1, Zhang Kongpeng is 4-2 up on Phoneman Cure. And Zheng Xiaohuai is 4-2 up on Tang Xunsha as well. Andrew Padgett is really playing well. He's 4-2 up on Liu Hai Tao. Zhang Tai 4-2 up on Zhao Ruliang. So look at the score lines. The score lines are all pretty close at this point in the matches. The other tables are available on WPAlive.tv if you are looking to watch some of the other tables. They are being streamed live as well. This tournament is being played on the Joy Q8 Golden Leg Steel Block table with Libo win 8848. The table and cloth choice for all the international WPA Heyball events. Those Continental Championship, Champion of Champions, World Championship. It is the premier quality and best conditions to play the game of Heyball at the moment. All these tables were reclothed after the Division 1 tour, which ended 6 days ago. So just before this tournament started, fresh Libo win 8848 on all the tables. Yeah, that's a good roll for him to get past the black ball. If that cue ball was stuck on the back of the black ball, he would have been in trouble. He'd have been taking on a tough 14. But now he has the 12 to connect him to the 14 into the opposite corner pocket. And look at the pace control. Yeah, he's really at home on this table. He played on this table last night against Enekbal Temujin. Won that match 13-10. But this is not the same Kong Dejing that I saw last night. It's much more focused, very deliberate. And I'd say that shows the respect he has for Gareth Potts. As he takes his 4th point, he leads Gareth Potts 4-0 in this race to 15.
谢谢。
So I've had the pleasure of being on commentary on TV1 for Kong Dejing in the past towards the end of tournaments. Now there's 2 versions of him that you can get. You can get the version that's very relaxed, and I mean, he just plays. Doesn't matter if he's down or up, he just plays. And then there's the focused version that makes sure of every shot, every frame. And if you think about it, you tend to bring out your best and your best focus if you are playing a player who you know is gonna punish you And he is. He knows he's playing against the best international player to ever play this game. The 6 is in. Yeah, he's not making the balls in the side, but he made a ball in the top now. 6 into the top left corner pocket. It goes off one cushion. Interesting layout. The 12 doesn't go at the top right. If the 12 could go, you'd be taking stripes immediately. Bit of work on solids as well, with the 2 being stuck to the ball cushion, and that's if the 5 goes past the 10. Might have a problem with 5 and 3. This is not easy. Looks like he is going solids. Yeah, the winner break format has changed things, but I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. At the moment, Potts sat in his chair, not getting a chance to break after the first frame. He won the leg, but hasn't broken since. So you could argue that if it was alternate break, he'd have a chance to keep the scores tight. But then again, the opposing argument to that is he's 4-0 down. If he's able to win a frame and he's breaking in, he can easily put together 4, 5, 6 racks in a row. From 4-0 down, he goes 6-4 up. And you have to know when a player's in the mood, and when, as you know, Potts gets into that mood and finds his rhythm like that, he's almost unstoppable. I mean, of course, using the triangle, a lot more variables to the break than the magic rack, but it's favoring the player who's able to clinch the frames and break better. And another tactical shot from Kong Dejing. I tell you what, I have not seen him play tactical shots in the entire tournament. Yesterday, not one tactical shot against Enekpol Temujin. Now, if you look at the table, he has, having 3 balls on the table, he has just 3 solids left. He has the numerical disadvantage currently. Potts has 7, so it's 7 playing 3. But you have to look at where his balls are. He's got the 4 covering the 12, the 7 in the middle of the table. And that's the only shot that he left Potts with. Now the black ball still goes. Gareth has left the 4 open for Kong as well. He's got 2 options. Does he land on the 2, or does he play to shift the 2? Low on the cue ball, he's playing to just land on the 2. Yeah. And just that shot there shows me how in control and how focused he is. Because I've seen him play a similar shot where he plays to, you top white that and you dislodge the 2. It's so easy to get out of position. You can have the cue ball stuck on the ball cushion, no shot. But he gave himself a chance. And look at the position he had on the 7. Yeah, anyone who's played this game knows what a tough shot that 2 was, especially at that pace. Not just trying to pot it, get the position on the 7 as well. Yeah, I think a shot that Gareth could play cue ball onto the 13 after he pots this. Play 13-2. But use the cue ball to pot the 2. And then use the 13 to cover the cue ball for the 7. So it's a carom shot. Yeah, there we go. Cue ball stayed on the table. The cue ball looked like it wanted to follow. Now it would be nice to see what is Kong working with. So 7 definitely doesn't go to the corner. And I think it goes to the center. He's not jaw snookered. Well, he's looking at the bottom left corner as well. He's looking at the center. Now if it goes to the center, cue ball up and down the table twice to get back on the black ball, which is on the bottom rail nearest to us.
10秒。
Oh, he's missed it completely. That's how fine he had to hit the 7 ball. So advantage, Gareth Potts in this 5th frame now. All the stripes on this end of the table. Expect him to get this point on the board now. Landing perfectly behind the black ball. And it's there. Gareth Potts takes his first frame in this race to 15. He's 4-1 down against Kong Dejing. And let's see what he can do now with the winner break format.
6局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Score 4-1. 6th frame underway so far. No rack and runs, no break and runs. And winners break formats are always a chance to catch up and catch up quickly. The one looks good. It's there. Yeah, he hit that really solid. Look at the cue ball control as well, staying in the middle of the table. You got a nice bunch of solids on the top left, 4 tied up to the 14, top right. You know, if he lands where he's pointing his cue, could actually get into the 414. Okay, he's short on that, so can use the 10 to get that position, and then from there 414 leaves himself high on the 9 after that. Comes down for the 12, black ball center pocket. You know, in this situation, the 9 is the recovery ball, so even if he's not on the 14, I think he can just, he is left-handed, so he could just nick the 14 in. Yeah, but have a look, if he didn't land on the 14, the 9 was always available, so you can learn so much from watching these top players play. They always leave a recovery ball on those shots, and also leave the ball that's easiest to get to the black ball, and that's why he's left the 12. Yeah, nicely done. This black ball for a very quick break and run for Gareth Potts as he takes his second point and first break and run for the match.
毫厘间相见，成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛，匠心之作。
Yeah, that was quick. I think looked like under 4 minutes. Maybe just 5 minutes for that break and run from Gareth Potts. Score currently 4-2. And yeah, he's tired of the tactical play. Ball goes in, he's out. It's good, it's there again. Yeah, and once a player like him finds his rhythm, and in the race to 15, have time to find it. 4-0 down won't mean anything to him. It's already 4-2. He's potted 2 balls on that break, but not the easiest starter on the table.
10秒，延时。
He's taken his extension, and for good reason. There. And how's the cue ball? Okay, he's ran into the into the 12. The 5 is still available to the bottom right, so it's good. He's having a look at the 5. The 5 does go. Black ball looks like it goes into the right center, left center, and right corner pocket. The bottom of the table on our screen. Little bump into the 13. I think he should be still on the 7. Yeah, it's a kind bump. He could have been stuck behind the 13. And now 3 for his second last ball. He's going to have a look at whether the 5 goes in the center as well. Or from the 3, does he have to get... Yeah, this is a bit tricky, the 5 being where it is. Doesn't have the biggest angle on the 3 down to the right corner. He needs the cue ball on the left side of the table. He's punching this in, stunning across. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, look at that. Look at the way this man can execute a finish. And that's his 3rd point. That's another break and run. 2 consecutive break and runs from Gareth Potts. Scoreline is now 4-3 in favor of Kong Dejing. Yeah, and that's how fast the scoreline can change when a player like Gareth finds his rhythm. You have to remember, in a race to 15, a couple of misses in the first 2 frames, that's just a player feeling the conditions out, feeling the table out. He's testing himself, he's testing the conditions. He knows exactly what he's capable of. And if you weren't on the stream earlier when this match started, I did mention that Gareth Potts is the only international player to ever win the Joy Masters Grand Finals event and not win it once. He's won it 3 times. Yeah, so those balls not going into the center, but a little bit of fortune at the top of the table. Yeah, what's scary is how quick he can get back into a match, Gareth, from 4-0 down. And that quick, it's 4-3, and if can push through and get another clean break and run, it's all square as we go into the break. Yeah, this is the 8th frame in play, so every 8 frames we have a player interval of about 5 to 10 minutes. At the beginning of this frame, he did have a look at 11 off the 2 on the left side of the table on your screen. Ball off a ball. Yeah, there's a way to play that, and what we have seen is a lot of the Chinese players are playing shots like that these days as well. Ball off a ball. Yeah, and that's not gone the way you wanted. He wanted to be landing flush on the 14. I mean, look at the amount of reaction he was able to get into that cue ball. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, the little pause, then acceleration, coming right back, but just didn't find the right line. Cannoning into the black ball, pushing it towards the 14.
延时
Now, how does he have to keep the clearance going? We have seen that the 11 does go off the 2. Cue ball's going to rattle the jaws. Yeah, this could work. This could work. He's on the 11 and he's on this side of the table. This could work for Gareth.
10秒 5 4
Yeah, brilliant. That's a great pot. Now, from that angle, did we see whether the black ball can go past the 3? Yeah, I think he has to play it. 11 off the 2. It's there. How's the position on the black ball? I think he might just have it. No. He doesn't. He doesn't have it from this angle. He doesn't. Oh, there's another angle. It's close. How close is that? I think he's going to have to swerve it. Yeah, he's swerving this. He has to swerve this around the 3 and has to calculate the side throw onto the black ball as well. This is tough. That was very, very close, but for the first time in 2 frames, Kong Dejing back to the table. As we see that attempt on the black ball again now. Black ball in the pocket. Kong Dejing, 6 solids on the table. There's nowhere to hide the cue ball. Must make the clearance. Now the 7 ball, very much like the 2 ball that he missed last time he was at the table. He missed the 2 playing onto an object ball into the middle of the table. Now does he go into the 7 or does he leave the 7 and play it once again? Yeah, with the route he's taking, he's playing the 7 as his last ball. So otherwise, he's going to have to use the 7 to make position on one of these balls or on the 5. It's not something you want to be doing from that rail shot, especially under pressure. So yes, 7 as his last ball. And this is for 5-3 before the break or at the break. Difference between 5-3 and 4-all. Yeah, it's come down to the 7. If it goes, he wins the frame. If it doesn't, he loses the frame. Now with the Chinese players, you give them about 80%, 85% on the shot. That's part of the 85%. Well played. This black ball for 5-3. Rack and run for Kong Dejing. And it's there as we go into the break at 8 frames. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝，这里生态优美，山清水秀，无水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物韦楚酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民，把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范。助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的清清民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼。楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。韦楚酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温情浪漫的红酒文化之中。韦楚酒庄的建设 始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美动香酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。微楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《动情芷江》，以浓郁的动香文化大餐惊艳呈现。微楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、理的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。微楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美动香酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana.
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，孔德金开球。
The players are back from that break and score at the interval 5-3 in favor of Kong Dejing. We did see Gareth Potts 4-0 down, managed to get that first point on the board, then 2 consecutive quick break and runs to make it 4-3, and then not able to get the third one. Unlucky roll of the balls to be snookered, and yeah, he had to swerve to get to the black ball, but left it hanging in the pocket, and Kong Dejing able to make that clearance on the remaining 6 solids.
10秒，延时。
So he's put a ball on the break. He did come down to have a look at the 5 into the bottom left corner pocket. And if you are just joining us, welcome to day 6, stage 3. Just 16 players left now at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang station here in China. After this round of matches, down to 12. This match is from round 3 of the winners bracket. So stage 3 is double elimination. Winners bracket, losers bracket. If you are in the losers bracket, you're playing twice a day. No, that's not there. And that's a big miss. That is a big miss from Kong Dejing. Yeah, and look at where Kong left the cue ball. He left it in one of the only places where Gareth could actually get to the 2 ball. So that has worked out very well for Gareth Potts now. 5 solids left on the table. Black ball is available into all 3 of the 4 pockets on the bottom of the table on our screen. Yeah, massive favorite to take this frame now is Gareth. There's not much separating these 2 players at the moment. Yeah, he's worked that pattern very nicely on the remaining solids. Making that look much simpler than it is. Although you saw those 5 solids were in close proximity, being on the right side, right angle, is what makes it so much easier. You're not having to work the cue ball. You're just having to tap them in. As Gareth Potts gets his 4th point on the scoreboard, he trails 5 frames to 4 over Kong Dejing. And that's a rack and run for Gareth Potts. So currently, Gareth Potts 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run. Kong Dejing 1 rack and run. So 8 other matches on at the moment. On table 1, Zheng Kangpeng against Phoneman Kyo. Kangpeng is 7-4 up. Tang Shunchao is 8-5 up against Zheng Xiaohuai. Andrew Paget is at 9-4 up against Liu Haitao. Paget with 2 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. Zhang Tai, winner of the World Games gold medal in Heyball, 6-all against Zhao Ruliang. And Zhao Jianbo, winner of the Division 1 tour, is 9-3 up against Enekbal Temujin from Mongolia. So the first few matches I mentioned, Phone Mint, Tang Shunshao, those are winners bracket matches. Even the Zhao Ruliang match is winners bracket, meaning they have not taken a loss yet in stage 3. So Potts making a ball on that break, and he's off once again. Stripes are looking good. Both actually looking decent. It's just that the 4 doesn't pass the 11, and there's the 6 close to the right cushion on the bottom of our screen. He needs his extension to play the 13 into the top right. Now the black ball doesn't look like it goes into both corner pockets, so black ball, I think he's right behind it at the moment. Black ball for the center pockets, most likely. We will have a look at that a bit later in the frame. Yeah, so the outlier at the moment is the 11. If you have an angle on it, you can
10秒。
swing the cue ball off one cushion and land where the 1 is for the black ball into the right center pocket. So I'm just wondering if that's the ball he'll keep as his last ball, or is he going to take that earlier? Playing through the gap of the 1 and 5. Yeah, now this is interesting. He's nicely on the 11, but he's played on the 14. Yeah, he's a bit two minds about this one. Yeah, his mind's made up. He's taking the 11 down to the bottom right. Cue ball needs to come around. Oh, it's a nasty kiss on the 5. It's taken all the speed out of the cue ball heading towards the 14. This is a must pot. It's a must pot. It's not only a must pot, it's a must get position as well. Very nice, very nice. But look at the cue ball. And that's the second time Gareth pots on a break and run that he's ended up in a situation like this. Well, this is much worse than the first one. He's full ball, snookered on the black ball. Look, I definitely think he's going to make contact with it, but I'm sure he's hoping he doesn't hit the black ball into the 6 and release the 6. That would be worst case. Well,
犯规。
yeah, I actually feel if he did that, it's worst case than ball in hand. Ball in hand is just one shot in this game. The 5 and the 6 are still tied up. Whereas, if Gareth got the black ball, hit it towards the 6, 6 comes off the cushion, 5's open. It's actually a better situation for Kong Dejing. So now he has to take the 5, he has to open the 6. And it's the second time where Gareth has missed the break and run on the last ball. Well, not missed the last ball, but not able to make it. Getting snookered on his last object ball. It's not, this frame is not in the bag yet for Kong Dejing. He's not pushed the 6 to where he wants it. That 6 was supposed to be over the center pocket. He's just got it so thin, it hasn't had the legs to get higher up the table. In actual fact, he's pushed it into a more difficult position for the pot. He's pushed it further away from the corner pocket. Yeah, so he must have seen that the black ball doesn't pass the 1. I'm sure we should get the cameraman to go behind the 1. Yeah, there we go. But he's left full ball on the black ball. Yeah, I think he can sneak this in. Yeah. That was a poor safety shot from Dejing. Yeah, he's not come far enough for the 7. I think he has to drill in the 6. Drill the 6 into the bottom right. He lands on the 2, plays the 2 down. He's on the 7. Big shot this for Dejing. Yeah, flush into the bottom right corner pocket. That's a pressure shot, I tell you that, from that distance on this table. And if he would have missed, he is leaving Gareth with the clip in to the bottom right. Yeah, punch that in solid and almost perfect on the black ball. This for Dejing's 6 point. It's there, he goes 6-4 up against Gareth Potts in this race to 15. So far just 4 clearances in this match. 2 break-in runs, 1 rack-in run from Gareth Potts and 1 rack-in run from Dejing.
第11局，孔德金开球。
So 11th frame to get underway. Dejing from China leading 6-4 over Gareth Potts from the UK, and the 4 is in. Winner break format, which we have seen, allows a player to get back in a match very quickly, but in the same breath it also allows a player to extend a lead very quickly. Currently down to the last 16 in this tournament. 8 players in the losers bracket, 8 players in the winners bracket. So after this round of matches, we will be down to just 12 players.
5、4、3、 2。
Yeah, it wasn't an easy table to go for a clearance at all. So Gareth is back at the table playing solids. As you can see, the 3 tied up, the 1 as well, 7 on the ball cushion.
10秒，延时。
He's taken his extension as well. And not as many finishes or clearances in this match as I would have expected. But also I think both these players are trying so hard to just win the frames and to just win this match. It's not about the clearances. It's about getting the point on the board. And you can see they're both grinding for the points in this match. They really are. So far, Kong Dejing has not let Gareth Potts take the lead. Trying to maintain that 2-frame gap that he had at the 8-frame break.
4、3、2。
So that was an attacking shot from Kong Dejing. He was going into the 14-3 with that shot. That was definitely an attacking move. And from this angle, you can actually see the 9 does pot. Of course, you have to have cue ball in the perfect position, but the 9, the yellow striped 9 does pot to the right center pocket. Kong Dejing with the jump shot, although he has a direct shot. Oh, very close to go. That looks like it's close. Close on the center, close to the corner as well. And the reason he's done that is because there's no easy finish on the table for Gareth. And he's even made it worse by putting the 12 in front of the 6. So if you have just joined us, welcome to day 6, stage 3 of this tournament. We are playing on the Joy Q8 Golden Leg Steel Block table with Liebowin 8848 premium cloth. It's the ultimate best conditions to play the game of Heyball in the world, and that's the reason these are the conditions at the World Championship, Champion of Champions, and Joy WPA Continental events as well. Speaking of which, tomorrow the 24th of September starts the Oceania Open in Australia. We will have those live streams as well on our pages, part of the WPA and Joy Billiards uniting the world through Heyball.
10秒。5、4。
He's put the cue ball in the one position I don't think he wanted it in. Because Potts he could roll the 6 into the 13. Yeah, so this match is a last 16 currently left in the tournament, and this is to get into the last 8. Gareth Potts against Kong Dejing.
10秒。
This is a winner's bracket match.
4。
Now looking at that bunch, yeah, I don't think Kong Dejing is going to leave that, because if Gareth Potts gets into that somehow, he's pushing the 6 into the pocket, he's opening the 3. It's game on. Because it looks like the 3-6 is dead set as a combination. Yeah, which is why he's done that. He's taken away the combination from Gareth Potts.
10秒。 5、4、3。
Now, if you don't know Gareth Potts's pool history, he is a 4-time world champion English 8-ball, followed by the winner of the Masters, the only international player to ever win the Joy Masters Grand Finals. And he's won the tournament 3 times. And this is against the likes of Zheng Kongpeng, Zheng Yubo, Yang Fan. He's won the 1st, the 2nd, and I believe the 5th Joy Grand Masters Finals. Yeah, this frame getting very tactical at the moment, and it's slowly starting to open up. As you see, at the moment, Solids has the numerical advantage, so if Kong Dejing can't pot a ball or get the cue ball safe, he's going to be in trouble. That's why the shot where Gareth played the 1 to pot the 9 into the center, that was an excellent shot. Yeah, but now with that escape and looking at where the 11 and 14 are, that is a combination that can be made as well. 11 does go pressure on Gareth Potts at the table. He has to either get the cue ball safe or pot a ball. Yeah, pot a ball it is. Nice pot. 1 into the center with the cue ball that close to the cushion. It's a very important frame in matches like this. Race to 15, we about a third of the way there. He's already taken 2 of his solids off the table. The only problem I see for him is the black ball. Currently does have an angle on the 5 to the center, naturally bringing the cue ball down the side of the table. Is he taking that shot on to release the black ball? He is. And what a shot he's played there, unbelievable. Not only potted his opponent's ball, also released the black ball, but look at where the cue ball is. Yeah, this is a tough cut back to the top left corner pocket. If he gets this, he's almost guaranteed position on the black ball. The cue ball is going to be doing quite a bit of mileage. It's there. It's there. Cue ball around the 11. Does it come around the 11? Oh my word. I cannot believe that. I'm sure he can't believe it either. I can't. It's the 3rd time. We've only played 10 frames, and in those 10 frames, it's the 3rd time. Well, this is the 11th frame. It's the 3rd time that he snookered himself on the black ball. That's 3 frames. Oh, it's close. It's close. Look, he's got a decent cue ball though. Look at this again. 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. And it lands plumb behind the 11. Yeah, he's having to fight against the odds today.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
The pot's not there, but look at where the cue ball is going. Wrong side of the black ball to the center pocket. He's got it. He's made it indirectly, and he's managed to take that frame. Managed to get his 5th point on the board. It's quite a fight for Gareth Potts at the moment. But nicely done. The score now 6-5 in favor of Kong Dejing. There we have the stats. 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run from Gareth, 1 rack and run from Kong Dejing. Those 2 break and runs from Gareth consecutive. He was on a 3rd. And if you saw that earlier, he snookered himself on the black ball. He was also on a 4th break and run. A good break, a quick break and run, and it's all square in this race to 15. Yeah, 14's in. And it looks like he's got the break down. He's making, looks like he's making a ball in the center quite consistently. Stripes in play for Gareth Potts. He's currently 6-5 down in this race to 15. This is for the last 8 winners side of the tournament. So currently 16 players left, 8 in the winners bracket, 8 in the losers bracket. So winners from the winners bracket automatically through to the last 8. Yeah, correct. The only international player with 4 major titles in China is Gareth Potts from the UK. And I think it's just in those few frames, it's just the cue ball control just at the end has just gotten away from him. So I think he's going to be tightening that up a little bit, because it's cost him 2 break and runs in this match. But also he's not been getting the best run of the balls as Gareth Potts in this match. As you can see, 10 does go. Yeah, he plays that shot so well. That shot is actually in one of his practice routines that he posted, 2 cushion. Yeah, and I did say, good break, quick break and run, and we all square in this race to 15. Yeah, it's there. Black ball in. Gareth Potts takes his third break and run, and we all square at 6-all. So score currently 6-all, and I should be more clear. Gareth Potts, only international player to win the Joy Masters Grand Finals. He's won that event 3 times. We had the 13th edition this year. So the only international player to win that. And also, I'm pretty sure within the last 5 years, when we've seen the Chinese players being as good as they are currently, there hasn't been an international player to win any of these events except Gareth Potts. Look, Phonman Kyo is an international player. His nationality is from Myanmar, but you have to put it into perspective. He lives in China. He's lived in China for the last 5 years or so, I believe. So we are talking about the players that actually have to travel into China, and I mean, you're dealing with the jet lag. It's different food. It's tough enough to get your sleep patterns right. Adapt to the weather as well. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough being on the road. It's tough traveling to tournaments and then having to play your best in them. Gareth is back at the table. Score 6-all currently. Race to 15. In the previous frame, that was another break and run for Gareth Potts. He's currently on 3 break and runs, 1 rack and run. Kong Dejing is on 1 rack and run. Yeah, I mean, when we talk about international players and we talk about Gareth Potts, you have to put him in a league of his own, because, I mean, to win the Joy Grandmasters finals, you've seen the caliber of players, especially over the years. I mean, you had Zheng Kangpeng, you had Zheng Yuboa in his prime, Yang Fan. He's gone through players like that to win this tournament. Well, not this tournament, but the Grandmasters finals 3 times. The first, the second, and I believe the 5th. That's a feat that no other international player has done. And then usually as well, when when you do see the posts on the Joy Heyball World Tour page of the players left standing in the tournament, you'll see as it goes down from 32, the international players get less and less, and then you're down to the last 8, and usually you're seeing only one international name in the last 8. If it's 2 names, other name is Phone Min Kyo, but usually it's always this man.
10秒，延时。
Currently, the statistics don't lie. The greatest international player to ever play this game. Yeah, good break, but that was a tough one to take on. And now has he left the table open enough for Kong Dejing?
10秒，延时。
Yeah, I think this is his only option to take the cross bank on the 12. It's there. Oh, this cue ball's coming very close to the 10. It's going to be stuck on the 10. It looks like it's just nudged that he still has position on the 9. Now the 14 doesn't look like it goes into the top right corner pocket. You know, he was right behind the 14, so he'll definitely know whether it passes or not. And the way he plays the 11 will show us. Yeah, he's played on the 14, but that's, I have to say, that's a pressure miss. That's a pressure miss. Potts has, he's put the screws on Kong Dejing. And I tell you what, you saw the way that Kong was playing earlier in this match. He knows who he's playing against. There's not a player that plays this game that doesn't know what Gareth Potts can do and has done. It's just like if you had to play Chu Bingxie in a match on the TV table, the way you'd feel. Very similar. Kong Dejing. He's not a player who's won a Masters, and he's playing against a player that has. How has that pushed thick? I don't believe that. The 5 is just thrown thick towards the top left. Yeah, 6-all, there's not much in it except 3 break and runs from Gareth Potts. That's the only separator at the moment. He's shown that he's got the break. He's got the break down. And if it's there, he'll definitely make sure of the clearance. 2 of them were consecutive as well. Yeah, that was a tough pot. That was not an easy pot for Kong Dejing. I'll tell you what, that pot can be a lot easier when you are 3 or 4 ahead. When you 6-all with Gareth Potts. He's landed on the 3, similar to how he was on the 5. And I think he might have to check this off the right side cushion as well. Oh, clever shots he's played there. He's played with outside. He's managed to throw the object ball and nudge the black ball. Very clever. Gareth Potts takes his 7th frame, and for the first time he's taken the lead in this match. 7-6 over Kong Dejing. Yeah, that last, second last shot from Gareth, that's top tier knowledge to play that shot, because make the shot so much more difficult if you're going to play it with inside and try and check it for the black ball, but playing it with outside, give yourself so much more room for error on the pot, as well as just a little nudge on the black ball to make it easier into the center pocket. Now, so far, he's had quite a high percentage off the break as Gareth Potts. Okay, this time the 2 is not there. Yeah, now he's also the kind of player that will... So he's looking at where the 2 went, where the 14 went. Now that's a bit strange. The 2 went early before the center pocket and the 14 hit the outside jaw, so he'll be thinking about that in his mind, because he's the type of player that he'll adapt his break to the conditions as well. He'll see the way that worked, and if a ball didn't fall and it didn't work, he's very quick to adapt. He's not going to use the exact same break 5 times without potting a ball. But that comes down to the knowledge he has as a player. I mean, it's so easy to say that, but to actually do that, to know the difference in the backhand grip and how to hold the cue, to change the way the white ball hits the pack, whether you need to add a bit more pop or hit it a bit more flat. So in the previous frame, I have to say the 2 pressure misses from Kong Dejing. Those are not shots that I've seen him miss before. I think the way that Gareth has come back into the match. He hasn't been stealing the frames. I mean, he's been dominating the frames. As you can see, 3 break and runs, 2 of them consecutive. Those are not steals, that's domination. And 2 of those, he could have had another 2 more. Snookered himself on the black balls, unlucky. Got a bad roll, so the scoreline already could be very different. Yeah, just 4 solids left on the table for Kong Dejing. And the 1 ball not available currently to both bottom corner pockets. Yeah, he's tried to free it with that shot. He's also a player who's always thinking of how he can make the finish, how he can solve his problems as soon as he can. And the shot that he just potted is very similar to the shot that he missed in the previous frame, and that's how he usually pots the shot. Oh, we see he did free the 1. The 1 is available to the left center. It's there. And I take nothing away from Kong Dejing. He's an absolute class act as well. I've seen him in form. He can run 4, 5 consecutive break and runs very easily. And he's also the kind of player that just keeps improving and getting more focused as we come to the end of a tournament. If he's in the last 16, last 8, that's when you see the best of him. Yeah, this has been an excellent finish so far from Kong Dejing, and he's playing so differently from when it was 6-all. Now that Gareth has taken the lead, the focus is back. And the 7 point is there. That's a rack and run for Kong Dejing off Gareth. Try break, 7-all. So we went into the previous break at 8 frames with Kong Dejing leading 5-3 at that point in time. Gareth hadn't taken the lead yet in the match. He took the lead at 7-6, but straight away Kong Dejing has equalized. We will have another player break at 16 frames played, so after the next 2 frames. Now, so far, Gareth has definitely been breaking better. I mean, the break and run stats tell it all. Gareth with 3, Kong Dejing, no break and runs yet in the match. Yeah, the breaks are not there. So against Heyball Temujin yesterday, it did take him a while. He got the breaks towards the ending of the match. I think there was a point where he was actually down 10-9, and then he was able to just make a comeback and make it 13-10 when he found the break. So Gareth to the table, open table, 7-all race to 15. Yeah, how's he missed the 9 to the top left? And once again, he's missed it thick. But what has he left on the table for Kong Dejing? So it still is open table at the moment. It may look like there's only one ball on the rail, but that's not the problem. Look at the amount of groupings and clusters. The 4 can open up the 7. The 1 can go to the center, so I feel that's the reason he is taking on solids. Yeah, you can see this is a really important clearance, but we have seen that the 4 can open up the 7. The 1 does go, but where does the black ball go? He's left it a little bit awkward for himself. He's hampered by the 13. This is not the kind of shot that you want to be digging down on like that. And he's gone past the 7. And it's his turn now to get a few bad rolls. Yeah, but this was always looking like a very tough table to come to. Yeah, so Gareth's let him run. Because at the moment he doesn't make the clearance. Gareth has numerical advantage, having more balls on the table. 7 stripes still left, 7 playing 2. Yeah, he's forced to go for this now. It's coming close to the 7. It's into the 7. That is unbelievable from Kong Dejing. Yeah, but look at what he's left himself. And as we said, where does the black ball go? It's one thing to pot the 7. Okay, look, the cue ball is heading in that direction. That's not there, it's too fine. And look at the cue ball. Yeah, he would have been on it. He would have been on it. So now Gareth pots back to the table, and yeah, I think I'm not going to say he missed the shot on purpose earlier, but it was one of those shots where he would have known how tough this table is, so he's let his opponent run, and you can see what's happened. Gareth's back at the table. And these are critical frames at the moment. And this looks like as a finish that Gareth is going to make. And yeah, this is for the 8th point for either of these players. In the previous 8-frame interval was Kong Dejing that went into that break leading by 2 frames. He was leading 5-3. This frame and the next left. Yeah, and this is Gareth Potts making sure of every single shot. And this black ball to take the 8th frame and to take the lead once again in this match. It's there, 8-7 up, Gareth Potts against Kong Dejing.
八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
第16局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So Gareth Potts 8-7 up. This is the 16th frame now. So after this frame we will have another break, and currently 16 players left. This is the winner's bracket match, so winner of this goes through straight to the last 8. So currently 16th to 9th place gets 5,500 US dollars, and 5th to 8th place gets 10,000 US dollars, 9,720. So almost double. So it's a difference of about $4,200 this match. You can say guaranteed.
10秒，延时。
So maybe now it's understandable why these players might take a few seconds extra on a shot. And that's not the only reason. This is one of the toughest forms of pool there is. And I said one of, I didn't say the toughest. But yeah, it's definitely one of the toughest. The amount of focus and accuracy required. And if you are following a player like Gareth Potts on social media, you'd know exactly how much time he puts in and the drills he does to be as successful as he is in this game. Now that miss from Kong Dejing on the 11, he secured stripes, but he's given the table to Gareth. And this is a possible chance for Gareth for the first time to be 2 frames up and for him to go into the break leading by 2. Okay, so he's hung the 5, he's pushed the 12 towards the 9, so as you can see 9-12 is tied up for Kong. This is a big frame. This is a very big frame. Difference between 8-all and 9-7. Yeah, that's a tough shot. It's tough playing it down the nap. It's even tougher if you're playing it the other way and playing it up the nap. Playing a shot like that with inside English on this table is very tough. The way the balls are situated with the 3 and the 5 being where it is, and also 12-9 currently tied up. Currently, I would say that solids is the favorite in this frame. The thing is, though, that Kong Dejing is the kind of player he'll find an angle. Look at this. This is very close. He's taken the 1 from being absolutely dead on the ball cushion to right down here by the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, as I was saying, Kong Dejing, the kind of player that he can find an angle out of somewhere to try and break the 9-12 up if that's what he wanted to do. Yeah, look at the cue ball. Look at the cue ball. That was straight away. Straight away. And I've noticed that with so many of the top Chinese players, it's the first thing they do. They don't wait or leave it for the ending of the frame. As soon as they come to the table, they're looking at how they can manufacture the finish if need be, break out a problem ball. Yeah, now it's all about the 6 on the ball cushion. And it looks like it's slightly off the ball cushion, which will make it easier to maneuver the cue ball back down to the side of the table. Purposely leave himself low on the 3. Well, I'm saying that, but he's not that low. I think he might just have a touch of an angle. Yeah, he actually didn't leave himself low on the 3. Yeah, so Kong Dejing at the table, the 6 stripes. Yeah, that's not the best shot. Look, the cue ball is good, but I'm not really liking where he's left the 9. It could have been better. But he's got a good cue ball. I don't think he's going to be getting ball in hand, but this is what we talk about when we talk about numerical advantage of having more balls on the table. 6 playing 1. In this scenario, 1 should never win. And he very nearly got the snooker behind the 6. Now you see the 10 and the 14 are very big blockers at the moment that Kong Dejing has on the table. So if he doesn't get the cue ball tight behind the 12, he's very likely still going to have some cover. look at this. Look at that. I think it's popped out. I think it's popped out though. But I mean, at first it looked perfect. I think that has just popped out. Yeah, he's having a look at it. He was down quick, but he's rechecking that. I think it's... Yeah, it's very tight. Little swerve on that's going to be rail first, and that's in. That's in, but once again, I don't think he's on the black ball. Can he see an edge? If he can't, it's the fourth time that Gareth's been unlucky and snookered himself on the black ball. No, I think he might just have a small edge on it. Yeah, you can see a touch of swerve on the cue ball, rail first and just nudge that in. Oh, this will be a steal. This will be a steal. Oh my word. How close was that? What an absolute steal that would have been. Now in this scenario, it's 6 playing 1, but when there's a black ball near a corner pocket like that, the numerical advantage kind of goes out the window. And that's why he's rechecking the 12. In this scenario, if you leave your opponent snookered and he comes out of it, chances are if he does make contact with the object ball, he can pot it, especially at this level. Now the 9 doesn't go past the black ball into that corner, so he's going to have to take it into the bottom left, which means he's going to have to get right behind the 9. That's all about line and length. Because this is now clearance that he's taking on. So I would say the more trustworthy way of getting to the 9 is to use 2 cushions, is to come across the table, left cushion, then the right cushion, and come into the angle of the 9. Saying that, it's not a shot I would play. I would play the direct screw and most likely run out of position, but this is the correct shot. This is the shot that you should play. There we go, 2 cushions into the angle and you almost right behind the 9. This 9 ball to make it 8 all. It's there. And that is the second clutch clearance that Kong Dejing has pulled off with the black ball sat in the corner pocket. as he makes it 8-all at the 16-frame player break. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Score 8-all, race to 15.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天， 遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台泥领导品牌。
跳课我选布洛克。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
你说青春是什么颜色？赤橙黄绿青蓝紫。青春就不该被简单的定义，打破常规，不被定义。小麦皮头独角兽系列快乐上市。
And we are back after that player break. Score 8 all at 16 frames played. Currently last 16 in this tournament. This win for a place guaranteed, last 8. Race to 15 winners break. Cue ball's heading near to the corner pocket. It's there. Unlucky from Kong Dejing. He's been unlucky with the breaks. Gareth has got quite a few unlucky rolls, but when it comes to the breaks, Kong Dejing has had no real luck coming on those. Not potting many balls off the break either. So ball in hand behind the balk line for Gareth Potts. And a few of the other matches in this round are finished already. Zheng Kongpeng has defeated Phoneman Cure 15-9, but that one was a winner's bracket match, so Phoneman will go to the loser's bracket. And that was Sun Yan in the crowd because he's finished his match. He beat Chen Zi 15-5, and that was a loser's bracket as well. So Chen Zi has been eliminated. Zhao Jianbo defeated Enekbol Temujin from Mongolia 15 frames to 5. Andrew Padgett currently 13-10 up on Liu Haitao. Zhao Ruliang 12-10 up on Zhang Tai. Tang Shunshao has defeated Zheng Xiaohuai 15 frames to 10. Winners bracket as well. So currently in the winners bracket, Tang Shunshao and Zhang Kungpeng are through. So they are guaranteed a last 8 of this tournament.
10秒。
Now black ball doesn't pot into the bottom right corner. Goes into the bottom left and right center pocket. Yeah, just check the cue ball a bit off the ball cushion for the 15. Oh, look at this. Very nicely done from Gareth Potts. And this black ball to take his 9th point. And that is another rack and run, and that's off Kong Dejing's dry break. Can't be breaking like that against this man at the table. Cannot. Now, looking at the YouTube stream, I see a comment saying that Gareth mouthed migraine, and that I was wondering what he was saying before the break. He was saying something to somebody in the crowd, and that if that's the case, that he is out there and he is getting a migraine at the moment, that is, I can't imagine how it is to play a high pressure match feeling like that. Yeah, 13 in, cue ball stays on the table. And also I've noticed when Gareth breaks, the table is quite open. Like, have a look at the table, there's hardly any clusters, actually no clusters to say, as is the 3 and the 7 pretty close, 6 and the 10, but there's no real cluster. So currently 9-8 up in this race to 15 against Kong Dejing. And something I haven't seen from Kong in the past was a few misses earlier at 6-all, I believe. Yeah, it was at 6-all when he missed 2 pots that I've never seen him miss before. As Richard Halliday would say, every player misses at some point in their life. The thing is, what caused those misses from Kong Dejing? And the only thing I can think is that's pressure. He was 4-0 up and 5-3 up. Gareth came back with 2 break-in runs, 2 consecutive break-in runs to make it 6-all. And I think no matter how good you are, if you are facing this man at the table and he's in form and he's found a rhythm, you're definitely going to be feeling the heat. Yeah, the Aussie boys, McCartney and Sage. McCartney, I mean, he plays this game, I mean, it almost looks effortless the way he plays it, and I know Sage puts in a lot of work. As we see Gareth Potts with what will be another break and run. And it's there, and that's due to the way he breaks. He breaks these balls so well. There's no clusters, 1 ball on the cushion, and he's able to just run through that rack that quickly. And just like that, after the break, 1 rack and run, 1 break and run, he's 10-8 up. Gareth Potts currently 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Kong Dejing 2 rack and runs.
度提升40%，回弹误差0.0，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可。
第19局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Yeah, I feel he's definitely in the driving seat now. First to double digits is Gareth Potts. I was looking at the center pocket. I didn't see a ball going in. I heard it go in. Must have gone. Oh, it did. 10 in the center. Behind the bottom left corner pocket, we see that the 13 does go. Stripes in play for Gareth Potts. He's currently leading 10-8 in this race to 15 match against Kong Dejing. And now just 5 stripes left on the table. So we did see that the 13 does pot into the bottom left corner. Yeah, that is not good. He's right up against the 11, which means doesn't have sight of the 14. He's gonna have to take the 9 on. That is a horrible roll into the 11. Absolutely horrible. Oh, he's overcut that. He would have been on the 11 to the center, but that could have put him 11-8 up, 3 frames away, and I think then he was gone. 3 frames away, he was gone. Especially since Kong Dejing has not found his break yet in this match. Yeah, what doesn't help matters for Potts is where he's left the 9. But you have to remember that Kong also has to deal with the 9-3 at the moment. His 3 not potable. And these are the kind of frames that can change a match. You've seen every time Gareth has left the last black ball, Kong has been able to make the pressure clearance, but these frames are very important as well. So straight away trying to get into the 9 and 3. And the danger with the way he tried to go into it, cushion first, then the 9, is he gets a half ball contact on the 9 and the cue ball's in the top left corner pocket. Yeah, he's also taken his extension, and I think earlier they showed us a picture of behind the bottom left corner pocket, the black ball. I think it does go from where it is at the moment. You have to obviously be right behind it to play it to the bottom left. Is he going again? Yeah, he's setting something up. I see, different tactic this time. 6 off the 9, now that will push the 3 first into the cushion. It should bounce off the cushion. Also depends on how hard he hits this. I think he might hammer this in. Yeah, and how's your luck? Yeah, now, in my opinion, that's exactly what would have happened to the cue ball if he would have got contact with the 9 earlier, because he was going cushion first. He goes into the 9 from there, and the cue ball's in. As we saw, the 3-2 is set up to the corner, but it's not set up perfectly, and distance between two object balls is just not the kind of pressure shot you want to take on. Now the 7 playing against the nap. And that makes that pot so much more difficult. So the number in between the player names is, or in between the scoreline, that's best of 29 frames, which means a race to 15. So which means there can be a total of 29 frames played. If it goes 14 all and there's a decider played, that will be the 29th frame, and the player would win 15-14, best of 29 frames. Yeah, so in other words, whenever you see a number like that between the score line and it's not written like best of or race to, it's best of, and just +1 and divide by 2. And then you get your race, like in this case, 29 plus 1 is 30, divide by 2, 15, race to 15. Okay, now we are sure that the 13 does go into the bottom left, as it looks like it's actually moved, but there's a gap between, so it does look like it goes. So there's a deep screw on the cue ball. Oh, it's running. And that's pretty much the only place I think he didn't want the cue ball. If he takes this to the bottom left, does he drop it in dead weight? No, he's not taking it to the bottom left. He's taking the double. He's taking the bank. Yeah, cushion first on the 7, cue ball out. He should be on the 2. He's paced that well. He has paced that very well, has Kong Dejing. Yeah, I mean, the trust and the skill, well, the trust in your skill you must have to play a shot like the way he just did. You always know that's coming towards the center pocket, but And you see the 9-ball players playing that shot a lot. They can literally pick a point right next to the center pocket jaw where the cue ball is going to land. And Kong Dejing, previously professional 9-ball player, as he takes his 9th point, score 10-9 to Gareth Potts.
第20局，孔德金开球。
Kong Dejing to break. He's currently 10-9 down in this race to 15. And there is no time limit on these matches, so they all go all the way. Yeah, and I think the ball would have gone into the center if the cue ball didn't stop it. Yeah, the 3 was heading. The 3 was heading for the center pocket. And once again, a dry break from Kong. Yeah, straight away looking at stripes. If you look at the 3-1 on the side, that's the reason you don't take solids, and also the 4. Nine does go past the black ball into the bottom left on our screen. And currently, Andrew Paget from the UK, 14-12 up against Liu Haitao. That is a loser's bracket match. Andrew had to go through Hao Qian on the TV table earlier this morning. He's 14-12 up, 3 break-in runs, 6 rack-in runs, 5 rack-in runs from Liu Haitao. This is currently a winner's bracket match between these 2 players. So currently 8 players in the winner's bracket, 8 players in the loser's bracket, last 16. We will be eliminating 4 players at the end of today. So I have put the live score link. It is pinned, and if you can't access that, it is pinned as a comment. If you can't access that, head over to the World Heyball Tour Facebook page, and it's there as well. It has been shared there, and it's been shared to my personal Facebook page also. You'll see it'll say, it's a post saying stage 3, and see live scores, flow chart, and the bracket as well to stage 3. And once you have that link, you can save it because it will be used over the next few days. And Gareth Potts with another rack and run that's off Kong Dejing's dry break. Score now 11-9 in favor of Gareth Potts. He's currently on 4 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Kong Dejing 2 rack and runs, and that tells us how Kong has been struggling with his break in this match. I think he's on 9. He didn't win the leg, so he would have been breaking 9 times. Yeah, and out of that, maybe he's put a ball once, he's put the cue ball twice.
第21局，加雷斯波茨开球。
The 10's in. Cue ball gets a nudge towards the top of the table. Twelves in as well into the left center. And once again, when Gareth breaks, it looks like there's so much more space for the cue ball to travel through the center of the table. I think it's also the power that he's putting into it. When you do hit them too hard, they tend to go towards the cushions and then cluster up after that. So he's taking on the long 4 to the bottom left as his first ball. When he's missed that by quite a bit. You know, earlier there was a comment on the YouTube stream saying that it looks like he's saying that he has a migraine. And if he does, he'd be struggling out there. Yeah, so Kong Dejing to the table. He's currently 11-9 down in this race to 15. Open table for him. Yeah, now the 3 ball does connect to the 5 up table. Yeah, 3 connects actually to the 7 and the 5. Let's have a look at the scores with Andrew Paget currently 14-12 up. Yeah, still 14-12. Zhao Ruliang is 13-11 up over Zhang Taiyi. Zhao Jianbo has won his match 15-5 over Enekbold Temujin. That was a loser's bracket match. Tang Shunshao in the winner's bracket won her match 15-10 over Zheng Xiaohuai. And Zhang Kungpeng 15-9 over Fon Minkyo. That was a winner's bracket match, so Kungpeng continues in the winner's bracket and Fon Mint is relegated to the loser's bracket. Now, we know the kind of damage that Phone can do in that loser's bracket. He's overcut that. He's overcut that, but at the same time, he's blocked that pocket with 2 stripes heading that way. Yeah, he knew straight away that's not in. Yeah, I'm just thinking if he takes on the 14-7 combination, pots the 7, leaves the cue ball tight on the ball cushion. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, so what he was trying to avoid is leaving the 3 on if the cue ball came over too much. And that's also what he was trying to avoid. Putting the cue ball on the ball cushion would make the 5 much more difficult if it does go.
10秒，延时。
Tactical cue ball behind the black ball. Yeah, I'm not sure about that shot actually. Look, obviously we aren't at the table and can't see exactly what the players can see, but he's left pots 13 directly to the center pocket. The 9 goes in off the 14.
10秒。
He's left a clearance on. Yeah, Potts is taking the 9 to the top right corner pocket. That's in. That's in, and he pushed the 5 as well. And just like that, he is a massive favorite to take this frame. That's why I don't understand the shot that Kong played. He left the cue ball in a place where the 13 was available. Yeah, natural roll through for the black ball into the bottom right corner pocket. It's there. And surely now this black ball for Gareth Potts to get his 12th point on the board, and he'll be leading by 3 frames now.
戴雷斯波死胜，比分12比9。
Definitely in the driving seat.
12局，加雷斯波茨开球。
That looks to be a dry break from Gareth. That is Kong Dejing to the table. He's currently 12-9 down, race to 15. So I'm going to head over to Andrew Paget's table. And they are still playing that frame. Andrew still 14-12 up against Liu Haitao. And I believe when I checked the score earlier, well, a few minutes ago, Zhao Ruliang was up on Zhang Tai 12, well, 12-13 or 13-12. Zhang Tai is now 14-13 up on Zhao Ruliang. Have a look at that. Look at that. 4 break-in runs, 6 rack-in runs, 10 clearances out of 14 frames for Zhang Tai.
10秒。
So currently on a rack and run in this frame is Kong Dejing of Gareth's dry break. And look at it, he's played for the gap. Has he got it? He does, by far. Yeah, very nicely done, I must say, from Kong Dejing, this black ball, to get him to double digits, and within 2 frames once again of Gareth Potts. It's there, 12-10 now, and that's another rack and run for Kong Dejing. And there's Sun Yan in the crowd clapping for Kong Dejing. Gareth is the player that beat Sun Yan last night to put him into the loser's bracket. Now Sun Yan, runner-up in the Baotou Super Tour about a month and a half ago, lost to Chu Bingxie in the final. And I see a question asking, where is Master Chu? Chu Bingxie is out of the tournament, out in the last 32. Lost in the winner's bracket to Zhang Kongpeng, 13-12. And then lost last night to Shen Shenyi. I believe the score was 13-6. So he is currently out. And that was a loser's bracket match. So Shen Shenyi went on in the loser's bracket and he lost this morning. He lost against Zhao Jianpo, winner of the Division 1 tour. Yeah, and what a time for Kong to find his break. What a time for him to find his break. 12-10 down, race to 15.
延时。
Yeah, using all of that center pocket to secure stripes for Kong Dejing. B.
10秒。
Yeah, this is exactly how dangerous he can be when he breaks in. Kong Dejing gets his 11th point on the scoreboard within one now, and that is his first break and run for the match. And there we see the stats. 4 break and runs for Gareth Potts.
他是在祝贺孔德金。
对，不管是谁赢，就是作为观众来讲，鼓掌是正常的。
但他现在就是观众。
Okay, so
不，
但是他没有对他到喝彩，就是我们没有办法阻止。你跟他说一下，没有到喝彩，我们没有办法阻止。
yeah, so there is somebody in the crowd who and someone in the crowd is just being a bit excessive at the moment. Yeah, see, you guys on the stream love action, eh? As soon as there's some action off the table, all the comments come through. Let's get back to the action on the table, guys. Score is currently 12-11 to Gareth Potts. Kong Dejing just had a rack and run followed by a break and run. Yeah, and that's a dry break from Kong Dejing. So Gareth Potts back to the table. He's currently 12-11 up.
$10秒，延时。
Yeah, he secured stripes with that combination. Looking at the bottom of the table, 2 in front of the 11, 15 behind the 5. Yeah, it wasn't Mr. Potts' break because his opponent just had a break and run before that, and it's a winner's break format race to 15. Yeah, this is not an easy clearance at all. And I did hear Potts also say that
10秒。
while he's sick, so he's definitely not feeling well, so he's just trying to get through this match at the moment. I mean, imagine not feeling well and having to play a pressure match like this. If we don't feel well, we wouldn't even go into the practice room, let alone think of playing a match. I mean, if you've ever tried to play this game or any form of cue sports with a headache, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. Like if you are at a tournament and you just, I mean, it can happen. Headache pops out of nowhere. Yes, Chu Bingji has played. He's out in the last 32, defeated by Zhang Kongpeng in the winner's bracket round 1, and then defeated by Shen Yi in loser's bracket round 1 last night. And that's how the draw can go. You play an in-form Kongpeng, you play an in-form Shen Yi after that. And we have had Shen Yi on the TV table. He's, I mean, that young man can really play, and when he's in form. He's the player who took out Phoneman Kyo in the Division 1 last 32 on TV table 2. 13-10 Shen Yi over Phoneman Kyo. That was the tournament previous to this one. And yes, another name was popped up on the comment section, Mr. Jing Yubo. He did play as well. I think defeated in stage 2. I did see him get defeated by Sun Yan. And that's a rack and run for Gareth Potts as he gets his 13th point on the scoreboard. He's leading 13-11 currently. And that brings us to another player break. That's 24 frames played. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。厉百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢动。以点线面，以小见大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年。 注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝。 这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年。 激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。他带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范，助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。 行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧， 配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的清清民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅，1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼，楼高30多米。巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客，荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。维楚酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温情浪漫的红酒文化之中。维楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。维楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。维楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、理的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。维楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您！
And we are back after that player break. Score currently 13-11 in favor of Gareth Potts over Dejing. This is a race to 15 winners break for a place in the last 8. This is still the winners bracket, so player who does lose is through to the losers bracket. 6 ball into the center, 9 as well into the top right corner. Gareth Potts currently on 4 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs, 8 finishes. Dejing on 1 break-in run, 3 rack-in runs. And this is why Gareth Potts is on 4 break-in runs, because he's been breaking like this. You have to consider he would have been 2 more up. Snookered himself on 2 occasions on 2 break-in runs. So winner of this tournament, the champion gets 277,000 US dollars. Once again, the champion gets 277,000 US dollars. Runner up, 111,000 US dollars. Third place, 41,000 US dollars. Does go right up to 64th place, 33 to 64, get 2,780 US dollars. I see the people on the YouTube stream are asking me what's the issue with pots there. I know as much as you guys at the moment. I'll of course know more after the match, but at the moment I know as much as you guys, but that's not important. What's important is the match at play frame at the moment. And these two players at the table. Oh, look at the kiss off the 7. Look at the kiss off the 7. He raises his hand, he overcut that. Got a friendly roll off the 7 there, did Gareth Potts. Oh, this is going to be nice. 5 to the 7. Yeah, that's the line he's looking at. So he's looking at coming into the angle of the 7. 7 does go into the bottom right corner pocket. Deep on the cue ball. Needs a bounce. Yeah, it looks good. Black ball to the right center pocket after this. Oh, that is so clean. Nothing forceful. Just cueing right through the cue ball. And this for another break and run from Gareth Potts. As he gets on the hill, leading 14-11. Yep, 5 break and runs for Gareth, 14 frames to 11. Yeah, you can see the kind of form he's in when he finds a rhythm. And the way he can turn a match around so quickly, 4-0 down, 5-3 down. He comes back, he makes it 6-all. And that's a dry break. And I mean, look at the way they spread. Yeah, so this is now must-win frame for Kong Dejing. Back against the wall, he's 14-11 down. I want to go and have a look at, Andrew Paget has beaten Liu Haitao 15 frames to 13. So Andrew continues his run in the losers bracket. That is a big win. I'll tell you that, that is a huge win. And Zhao Ruliang has defeated Zhang Tai 15-14. So in the winners bracket, we are just waiting for this match. We know who our players are that are left in the winners bracket. There will be only 4 left in the winners bracket. Zhao Ruliang, Tang Shunshao, and Zhang Kungpeng. Winner of this match joins them in the winners bracket. Winners bracket matches will continue tomorrow evening, with the losers bracket tomorrow morning. Now imagine that for 4 players. I mean, if Gareth Potts does win this, he's in a group with Kang Peng, Tang Shunshao, and Zhao Ruliang. It is a redraw before each round.
10秒。
But I mean, look at the action to come our way, and I mean, for us, watching these matches, we love matches like that. That's a great outcome for us. Phoneman Cure was in the winner's bracket. He played this evening, lost to Zhang Kongpeng 15 frames to 9. He's now in the loser's bracket, so he'll be playing at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, local time here in China. Yes, these 2 players are from the winner's bracket, so winner of this match joins Kang Peng, Tang Chun Chao, and Ru Liang. Does he have the 15? I think he might just. Yeah, this camera can be slightly deceiving sometimes. Yeah, he's taken his extension, and for good reason. Look, you can't afford to even open the door on your opponent, not with the winner's break format. Not a chance. I mean, when I looked at the scoreline earlier, Zhang Tai was 14-12 up on Zhao Ruliang, and he's lost the match 15-14 now. How do you think that's happened? Somehow he's opened the door. He's let his opponent win a frame. His opponent's come to the table to break, and winner's break format being what it can be with players of this level, that's the result. Zhao Ruliang makes a rack and run and a break and run when he needs it the most. Yeah, he is. I've said it as soon as the last 32 started. He is in cracking form, is Gareth Potts. He looks so hungry for the win. You can sense how focused he is in this tournament, and yeah, he's definitely a favorite to reach the final and even win this one.
5、4、3。
The 14 and the 13 left on the table. So the referee has a stopwatch with her. Players have 45 seconds per shot, and so she's timing that. We have referees at every table in these Joy tournaments. It's very professionally run, as it is a professional sport. So you have 45 seconds per shot, and that's what she's timing. And then you'll hear her say 10 seconds, and she'll count down from 5. Big shot for Gareth Potts. Yeah, one big shot. And this was it. Hey, you're playing slightly across and up against the nap with a touch aside. That becomes such a tough shot. Now, pressure clearance for Kong Dejing. So if he does remove the balls at the center pocket, the black becomes available there. Don't think he's going to go into the 1. He's going to leave that for last. If he leaves the 1 for last, he gets right behind it. He pots the black in the opposite right center pocket. The 1 being more than a ball's width off the cushion. Don't think he risks going into it. No, he doesn't leave it for last. He takes it now. And I think I know why. So if he takes it for last and he stuns it for the black ball, he leaves the 13 open to the top. If he screws back on it to play for the balls in the center, he doesn't leave the 13 on, but that's strange, the way he's played that. I really expected him to screw back more and not leave the 13 on. Instead, he's left the cue ball close to the cushion. This is a touchy shot. Yeah, for these players, that ball down the rail is not a problem at all. I see the top Chinese players practicing that shot a few hours a day in the practice room. Yeah, his ability to make these pressure clearances, it's impressive. It really is. It's a few times now in this match where he's had to dig deep and find a clearance like that, and he has done. Kong Dejing gets his 12th point on the board, and that's his 4th rack and run. Now Gareth Potts sat in his chair. He's currently 14-12 up, race to 15. It's a winner's break format. He just needs to come to the table once. That's all.
第27局，孔德金开球。
I see people saying a decider loading. Score's currently 14-12. I tell you what, for Kong to put together 2 frames. And he's potted. potted 2 balls on that break. Let's have a look. The 6. No, not the 6. He's potted into the opposite center pocket. That is a massive break from Kong. Yeah, that's exactly how he plays. Even if there's a slight problem, he attacks it, but he's been slightly unfortunate with where the cue ball has ended up. But he's left-handed. Yeah, but this is still tough. Look at the bridging. It's hampered by the 15. Yeah, now a good recovery shot is needed from Kong Dejing. And I tell you what, I've seen this player pot from anywhere on the table. Really, he can really do some amazing things on the table, can Kong Dejing. He's taken his extension. The 15's there. How's the cue ball? Yeah, look at this. At first it looked like it was not going in off the outside jaw. Just clip the outside jaw a bit and then in. Right now, I saw him lining up the 14 to play it from around the center pocket. So watch the cue ball. And this is the kind of shot you'd rather overhit than underhit. Yeah, that's why. You don't want to ever be short on a shot like that and snooker yourself, so aiming for the cue ball around the blue spot. Yeah, he's played that with a touch of helping side, and it's also helped the cue ball come around 2 cushions. Look at that. What a time to break in and find a break and run. This black ball for Kong Dejing's second break and run and 13th point. It's there. Rack and run followed by a break and run, score 14-13.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore.
28局，孔德金开球。
Winners break format, Kong Dejing to win. He's currently 14-13 down. This is huge for both players. Yeah, he's absolutely smashing that pack. And it's a dry break. Now, is that an error? Will that cost him the match? So, Gareth pots to the table. Open table, and straight away you see 4 stripes along the cushion. Referee calls 10 seconds. Potts takes his extension. This match to get into the last 8 guaranteed. And for one of these players to carry on in the winner's bracket. Look, whichever of these players go into the loser's bracket, they are going to absolutely demolish players on that side, because you can see at what level they can play this game. It's the first time I saw Kong Dejing with tactical play. Some fantastic tactical play at the beginning of this match. Yeah, now this is a slight... It's a bit of a tough route, because you want to take the 1, but then again the 2 doesn't go from the side. Yeah, no, he doesn't have an extension left, so he has to hurry it up. Yeah, no. He'll have to come down the right-hand side of the table on our screen to play the 2. Yeah, he's played on the 2 now, and that means black ball into the corner pocket. The 2 was the connector to play the black ball into the center. He's taking it now. Six ball to the top right corner pocket. It's not there. Yeah, that's why there was hesitation earlier. It was the 1 and the 2. They want the best connectors on the table. So Kong Dejing to the table. He's 14-13 down. He's got 4 balls on the cushion. He's got 7 balls still on the table. He's also taken his extension now. So both players have used the extension. This frame feels like a deciding frame. Yeah, there is a gap. There's a gap between cushion and 6.
10秒。
No, that hasn't worked. He's got the cue ball relatively safe though. That was more about the cue ball, but he's missed the bank by quite a bit. He had a big pocket, a lot of room for error. That was to take care of, well, it has taken care of one ball off the rail. He still has 3. Yeah, he's looking at swerving through the gap between the black ball and the 9 ball.
10秒。
And then it has to take. Yes, he's found the gap. It actually swerved a bit too much. It caught the 6. Caught the 6 fine. This feels like a deciding frame. This match started at 5 p.m. local time. It's now 20 past 9, so it's over 4 hours. What do you do? Looks like he wants to take the 4 onto the 13. Yep, that is the shot. Based on Kong still having 3 balls against the cushion. Oh, he almost double dropped that. But this is not bad. This is not bad. Of course, Kong would still 6 balls on the table, but the thing is, if Potts has sight, he can push the 6 towards the 4 from anywhere on the table. Yeah, so Kong's playing the cross bank, 12 into the 4. He's missed it. No, he's got it. He's got it, but look at the cue ball. The cue ball.
犯规。
Ball in hand, Gareth Potts. Currently 14-13 up. 1 solid remains. How has that cue ball gone in from there? Remember, he doesn't have an extension left. It's there. He's on the black ball to the bottom left corner pocket. And it's there.
本场比赛结束，加雷斯。
Gareth Potts defeats Kong Dejing 15 frames to 13. What an absolute thriller of a match. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Gareth Potts continues his unbeaten run in stage 3 in the winners bracket. We are now down to the last 12 players and Gareth Potts is in to the last 8 guaranteed. We will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. local time for more of the losers bracket matches, and tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. for winners bracket matches. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tilak from South Africa. Thank you guys for joining us. Take care until tomorrow.